Hello, 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 hello. Certain someone is very loud with purring today. I don't know who could that be. Certain someone is. Ow! I hope you calm down soon because as I said plenty of times I'm fine with you being on the table, but you just need to calm down. You can't be on top of the Joy-Cons, I need them. Very energetic today, I see. Having a lot of excess energy. Understandable. Thankfully, I don't think that you can break anything. But you always will be finding a way to be breaking something. Well, day is I want a lot of attention day. But yeah. Today indeed will be continuing the Galarian Farfetch'd Hunt. As I kind of have been hinting, this might be the last time for a while, even though I would like to be getting a face there before I actually, like, do other hunts, but at the same time, it's just... We shall see, though, we shall see. Certain cat that is very interesting today. Have been giving me a lot of shocks lately, cat. But yeah, let's see how far we'll go today, though. Any progress is progress at the end of the day, so I'm happy with any amount that we'll be able to do. And apparently there is sandstorm somewhere in the Isle of Armor. So shocking. There's always those weather things. There's such a shocker that they are there. It's not like there is always like some sort of, in quotes, special weather going on. Yeah. Let's get into this. I didn't today switch the time. I didn't have the feeling to do so. And doesn't matter at all at the end of the day. But yeah. Yeah, as I said last time, what that was on Monday, that I'll probably be having again like a break from the Sinistry, since we did get a face, and also because I might be wanting to do something else on the side when I do the wintry hunts. I'm not gonna be doing anything in that game though. The game is mostly gonna be just staying in the what is it, Glimwood? Because I don't really have anything that I would be interested in there. Or from Sinistry, maybe someday. Someday I will be having something interesting. That remains to be seen. Oh, hello, Minchino. Yeah? It is a chinchilla or whatever I think it's based on. I know. Terrifying. Why are you looking at my screens? Silly. And you're probably gonna be leaving soon anyways. Right? Because you're gonna be complaining to the other person that you have never gotten food in your whole life. Even though you literally got food like half an hour ago. You're silly. Lloyd. Hello there, Stuffle. Also, if you have incredible luck today, I blamed the cat because she possesses some kind of powers with Chinese. So many times when I've been hunting and she decides to be the big meanie that she is, aka come to the table. I've been getting something. It's scary. A little bit scary indeed. I know, I talk about you. It's interesting. Yeah. Oh, yeah, now you're gone. Yeah. Thought so. It's interesting indeed today. Chidoopy. But yeah, it is technically a possibility that we might be able to hit 7k today. It is technically possible. Do I think more that we would be hitting like closer to that? Yes. But it is definitely possible to be hitting each. So I like to say that it really depends on the luck how many of the dudes that I want to be encountering are gonna be here, but yeah. Again, today didn't seem like it is like the Pokédex recommendation thing did help. Which is strange, but it is what it is, I guess. But yep. Hopefully everyone is having a good day today. I'm having a quite good day myself. Did I actually wake up today when my, like, alarm did go off? I usually just go for a little bit more sleeping, of course having a a alarm going off in some time after that, but it was a pretty good day for that. Unfortunately, today I did eat like those ready meals. That was absolutely horrifying and horrible experience. Because I don't know why, but I will still probably be blaming that for whatever reason. It's not my thing that there is mashed potatoes in a ready meal. And like having the whatever is the sauce like in mix there. I think that's my problem because like I guess I don't like that liquidy of mashed potatoes. And like the fish in there was fine though, but I just didn't like the mashed potatoes. Because it literally was like the mashed potatoes were everywhere. Covering almost everything. Uh, but hey, doobie what it doobie. Be what it doobie. Was just thinking, since there is mods to this game, as there is in almost every game, of course, like you can get them legitimately and everything like that. So, like, I wouldn't be interested in them anyways. But there is an interesting mod this game though. That is like displaying the shinies on the overworld. That just got me thinking, what if there would be the case that in Scarlet and Violet it would be switched to not being in the overworld, but instead of you need to be encountering everything. I think the way to do it like that would be that you know what Zoroark and Dicho are doing. I think that would be kind of the play to go with it. And they would be always like transforming into the shiny one when you like being in battle with them. It would definitely be interesting. They just all of a sudden just switched how things work like that. I mean, I wouldn't say that it would be too surprising, but it would be a strange one to make. Would be indeed. Could be very, very interesting. I mean, I will say that I wouldn't mind if the like next Pokemon games would be switching to that again, like the way that they work in Sword and Shield. That you need to encounter every single one in order to be seeing if they're shiny or not. I wouldn't necessarily mind it myself. I don't also mind how he works, but could be interesting, definitely. Because I will say that I kind of like the way that they work in Sword and Shield. You know, you can isolate your hunts, for example, because you can only encounter the one that you want. But at the same time, there is still a little surprising aspect as well, because you know it's not shown. But I will say one thing though, that I kind of would hope that like, I don't mind the way that Sword and Shield does dual encounters and stuff like that, but I would wish that if this kind of thing would be explored again, I would wish that there would be separation of grass that has visible encounters and grass that has random encounters. Because that would be quite nice if you ask me. Because sometimes in certain areas it's absolutely annoyance to be encountering random encounters because of the visible encounters are in your way. As I said, I don't personally mind the random encounters and the visible encounters as their own things, but I would just kind of wish that there would be a way to separate them. Yeah, especially like wild areas are my biggest like problem with the like not being able to like only encounter random encounters thing. Because on routes, as I have said before, it's quite easy to be like getting the Pokemons away because there's only few that can spawn in at time. But when it's a wild area, it's unfortunately quite bad. But yeah, whatever they decide to do, it's okay though. We shall see when Sword and Shield remakes are gonna be a thing. If they're gonna be a thing. As I said, I understand that most likely at some point every game is gonna be getting remakes. I switch into one that I have already used all the moves. Yeah. As I was about to say that I understand every game probably at some point will be getting remakes, but for me it just feels weird when like 3DS games and so forth will be getting like remakes. I just think that they are like new and still like relatively accessible, even though 3DS is shutting down. I know that, but still, it's not that bad. Hello there. Nothing much. Nothing much today. Just hunting. What's up with you? You doing anything interesting today? Not that far-fetched. Why are you alone again? I need to wait. It's not like I don't need to wait with any other Pokemon. That's a shame. Is there any way to fix it? I'm so glad that I don't need to just rely on Wi-Fi anymore, though. I remember how much of a struggle it was. Thankfully, I don't need to rely on only that anymore. Like, surely if I need to be using my phone, then yes, but like computer, I can just plug it in. Which is quite nice. Nice. I like that the Pokemon Showdown, even though I don't use it, it's like it is getting updates. It's not like some of those like things that they're just gonna be left behind, never to be updated again with new things. It's quite an interesting thing as well. As I said, even though I don't use it, I just find it quite nice. Yeah. I did get a scary thing happening to me last night. That wasn't actually that scary even, instead. And I did get a shiny diagonal. It had sheer cold, but thankfully Pokemon's being level 100 doesn't care. It's always such a scary move to be seeing though. But oh god, I hate the catch rate. Why so bad? Yeah. I was starting to honestly run out of moves. Because they didn't have too many, but still able to get it though. But it's always scary though, like I think that sheer cold. Seeing one hit KO move, but thankfully if you're higher level than the Pokemon, you're good to go. It's so nice. I honestly wonder, like, what was the thing behind that thought, anyways? Like, why? Like, it's not like the one-hit KO moves are, like, good to begin with. In terms of that the accuracy is bad, but that is because it's a one-hit KO move. I like though in the first or the Kanto games in general, I like that they did use the one-hit KO moves. It's like the dudes that did use them did make so much sense to be having them. But yeah. Seeing one hit KO move, but the thing is, it's unaffected. Or ineffective, whatever it is. Whichever way this is displayed. Scary moves. It's honestly one of those like weird things, like why did they decide to change it? And also like why it wasn't the case originally. I guess they like at some point wanted to make games to be more fair, but apart from that I don't really get why they would be changing it. Oh, how I wish that more moves would be working like that. Like, why doesn't, like, moves like, what is it, Memento work like that as well? Honestly, I will say that even though it makes sense that wild Pokemons have Memento, but at the same time, why do they have it? That would be interesting, honestly. Be having a weak move that has a chance to be a one-hit KO. I don't think that they have recently added, at least that I remember, too many moves that are like scary, like one-hit KO moves or Memento, whatever my thing said that would be ending the battle. So it would be quite interesting to see if they would be doing that again. That just reminds me how Leech Life The bug type move, it was terrible, but then it did get better. It's like, why? But yeah, I mean, it's better that it's like an okay move now, but at the same time it did go from kind of like very weak move to like almost ridiculously broken. Not really broken, but like compared to what it was like quite a big change. Quite a big change indeed. Oh, I meant to knock you out, but anyways. What? Oh? Huh? First it didn't spawn anything in here and it did spawn both of them at once. Good game. Love the siege. I still think that they should be making more rock type moves that are like 100% accurate, but also hit like decently hard. Because the unfortunate thing is that rock moves are either that they are weak, but they will be always hitting, or they are strong, but they have a chance to be missing. It's decent amount of like okay ones as well in the middle, but they need to be having more of them. Like honestly, I don't understand it. Yeah, because it's just like having only weak moves to be like 100% accurate, it's just like so bad. Oh, it was boosted, nice. We need more accurate rock moves, it's just... why? It's not like it's ridiculously broken type in my eyes anyways. But like... why is it so bad to be attacking with? I mean, rock doesn't really help out that much. Like, everything that it can hit super effectively can be hitting, like, or another type can hit super effectively, but still. It would be nice. Because, honestly, I will say that more times than not, I will be having a rock type on my team. But if I don't have a rock and crown type, then I don't really have a good stab move to be hitting anything with, because usually my rock types, they will be getting earthquake. If they're not rock and crown types, they're not gonna be getting stab out of it. Hello there. How you be doing indeed? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. What are you up to? Nice. Hope everything goes well then. I will say that Leon can be a difficult fight. It's definitely not on the easy side of champions. I mean, I think it's mostly because of the way that... I think it's mostly because, Dynamaxing slash Gigantamaxing is a thing. That it can be hard. Yeah, that's a pain. I know the feeling. It's sad. Or the other thing is that you would like to be having a certain Pokemon on your party, but it's only available in certain weather, and that weather is not available before you have completed the story. But yeah. Because I'm pretty sure like fog is indeed one of those like weird things that you can only be getting after you have become the champion. It's an interesting sounding team. Very interesting sounding team indeed. There's like honestly quite a good amount of like weird things that are locked indeed in Sword and Shield, like before you have become the champion, but you don't really need to be getting all of them to be the case. The weather is the big thing. So weather is like very weird like before you become the champion, which I don't understand why, but it do be what it do be. But the other thing is that the day doesn't really move on. But the good thing is that you can still get like the nighttime only evolutions though. For example, I did have a Pseud on my team. But like you're stuck in a certain time of day, unfortunately. Which is just fine, and it's fine, but it's sad. I wish they wouldn't be doing it on the next game. I don't have Solosis myself on this game. But yeah, I don't just understand that why is weather like locked before you have become the champion pretty much in Sword and Shield. At least that is what I have heard. I'm not completely sure is it a thing actually, but there's so many cool Pokemon that you can find when it's fog. They are only available in wild areas. Like you can't like physically get them from routes. And once you have become champion of the Galar region, you also unlock fog. Let's go. It's just like so stupid. Like even if you would like to use Solosis on your team, you can't. Even if you would be having the right version, because like you literally can't be having fog. The game is like nope, no fog. It's just a weird thing to be locking, honestly. Yeah. There's apparently some other kinds of weathers that are also logged before you have progressed enough in the story. I didn't honestly notice myself. Yeah, I have. Yeah, it is. I know it is ridiculous that you need to become the champion to unlock fog. There is apparently indeed other like weathers that you unlock like progressing through the story, which is like ridiculous. But as I said, they haven't really been that big of a deal for me. But like if I'm looking for a certain team that I have like thought of in advance, then that might be a problem. Jeez. But yeah, as I said, there's the thing of like you're stuck with a certain time of day when you're like progressing through the story in Sword and Shield. But like that's not that big of a deal. As I said, you can get like nighttime evolutions. That's like not a problem at all. I mean, it would be very interesting if you would be hearing Brion. There shouldn't be no way to be hearing a Brion. It might be like the stuff while making like the whatever it does with this might be bad. But yeah, there shouldn't be no way to be hearing Brion. Yeah. But yeah, the thing is with like Pokemon games that have been hated and then like overall being loved. I think unfortunately Scarlet and Violet, the people that dislike them, they are gonna keep disliking them. Mostly for the reason that Pokemons are in the overworld, Shinies are in the overworld. They don't like that. Like surely there's gonna be like some people that over the years are gonna be starting to enjoy them, but the unfortunate part is that it's so many people that dislike it because of overworld Pokemons. Which is, I guess, fair enough, but at the same time, it's good to be discovering new things, see how things go. And the good thing is that there is always the thing of going to older games and play them. Yeah. I don't think personally that shinies are too easy, but it could be because I have been fairly unlucky, and also because I'm doing them full odds, so like I don't think that they are too easy because of that. Like I'm doing them full odds, so like I don't think that they are too easy because of that. I mean, definitely if you're using like sandwiches and stuff like that to be boosting your shiny odds through the roof, then yes. But in general, the way I see it, that they're not that easy. As I said, surely is there ways to be making it easier? Yes. But then again, if you think about it, there is in almost any Pokemon game some way to be making shinies easier. Yeah, you can't get the random thing going on. And I will say that I like it sometimes myself as well, but then again, the cute thing is that, you know, you can play older games. If you really miss them. Just play older games then. Yeah. But then again, you know, they need to try new things because the thing is that the unfortunate thing is that the people that did enjoy Pokemon when they were kids, not all of them want to be playing them anymore. So they need to be getting new audience to be more interested in things. Like, surely some older Pokemon players are gonna be coming back and do stuff like that, but at the same time, the thing is that there is going to be the thing that the more generations we get, the less and less like old fans we are gonna be having. I know that there's a lot of people that only like one generation of Pokemon and only like play those games. Like that is the perfect example because like they only like that one. And they only like that one thing there. Because I will say one thing that even though it will be upsetting some people, that if they would have been keeping going on with like making Pokemon games the way that they have been doing them for years, they would have at some point be losing buyers like a lot, because as I said, people move on. Not everyone has time, and the thing is that losing interest. So like, the unfortunate thing is that if you want to be making new video games, you kind of be needing to be having new features in them. But then again, you never know, they might at some point be going back to like old style Pokemon games. That is definitely a possibility. With remakes, if they make like PDSP kind of remakes, it's quite possible in my opinion. Even though people didn't like PDSP. That's the thing, because I think the PDSP thing is that because, you know, people have been wanting it for years. And when they get them, they are disappointed. That's just the truth, because if you're waiting for a game for years, you're gonna be disappointed because then it's not what you want it to be. I think honestly the perfect example, like from a recent game, is GTA 6. People have been wanting it for years. It has been said that it's gonna be coming and stuff like that, but recently there was a trailer and not everyone is happy. Because the problem is that it has been like so long. It's been so long since like there has been like the first mentions of it. Yeah, there is a trailer. It came like 2 days ago. I haven't watched it myself. The only thing that I know about it is that it's coming in 2025. Like in 2 years or so. Take that off with a grain of salt though, because things can happen. Yeah. It is gonna be interesting though. I will say, because I'm like not that interested in GTA in general. Like, sure, I will be playing it if I want to, but like I'm not that interested in it in general. I don't understand what's going on with it. There's a lot of people that are very happy that there is finally something new, of course, and then there's people that are very angry that it has been taking this long. It's like so much drama. It's insane. And I know that there's gonna be one big thing that is gonna be a thing with it as well. Because now there has been like set year when it's gonna be released. When it's gonna be released, people are gonna be so hyped, they're gonna be disappointed. And that's just the sad truth. I guess the thing is that, like, even though I like to watch trailers and whatnot, but I don't know, it's just like, I don't want to be getting too hyped if it's gonna be like in 2 years time or whatever. Be actually a thing. Because like so many things that it will be changing. But yeah, it is very interesting. I know there's a lot of dudes that I know that are at least seeming to be quite interested in that. There is finally some information about it. But yeah, I'm not that interested in that myself. It is whatever for me. I remember that was the case with some of the, like, there was a time that there was a lot of, like, movies about video games. Like, there was a time that there was a lot of them. And there was, like, so many that are, like, said that, hey, this is gonna be coming in this year. And, like, it either never came out or it was very underwhelming. Which is honestly, I will say that for me, I see it as a problem of making a video, or not a, from a video game, a movie. Like, that's always gonna be the problem, because, like, how they are gonna be making it and how it's gonna be successful and whatever can be very hard to achieve, like, a good one. I mean, are most of the movies in general based on books? Yes. But I don't know, it just feels different for me to be making a video, or from a video game to be making a movie. I know that there is quite a good amount of good ones, but then there is a lot of bad ones. And oh god, always when there is a speak about like a fairly popular like video game to be having a, or video game series even to be having a movie, oh how people are only talking about it. It's annoying. So many speculations and everything. It's insane. And like there's this case most of the time that, you know, there is never gonna be a movie. Which is sad. I know life happens and not everything can always be going according to plan, but it's just such a shame though that when a movie for a video game has been like talked about for years, and it seems like it's in very good it has been doing good amount of progress, like it's doing fairly well, but then it's never ever there. Sometimes I will say that the problem is that they are going for too high of a quality for like animations. Because surprise, surprise, most of the video game based ones they need to be making with animations. They're going like for way too much detail. Which is a shame because like even though I know that it's a norm nowadays to be having very good looking, very detailed looking movies, games, whatever things, I personally like that if they are a little bit more simplified. It would still get, you know, point across anyways. So like, what's the issue of making a little bit more simplified version? But yeah, it is what it is. And since there was the time that there was a lot of like, at least speaking of like making video games into movies, there was definitely some that were like fan-made ones. Like they were never like actual, like actually ever gonna be movies. Oh god, those things. Like why? And the thing is, as at some points as well, with like making video games to be movies as well, that if it's a series, when can you place a movie that it makes sense? Because, like, what if there is gonna be a game at that point that is at the same time as the movie is taking place? So many, like, complicated things about it. Like, how can they be making it to be working so well? I will say that sometimes I would just wish that I would be hearing from like a game that I really want to play from the moment I see it. Like when they're gonna be coming out like in the next few months. Because then I know that it's like almost finished at that point. I don't need to be waiting. It's very rarely the case, but it would be nice though. It would be very nice indeed. Also, I didn't think it did get the new look for Discord on the phone last night. At least it's not as bad as I did see it's like some people having. But it's definitely something that I need to be getting used to. There's nothing like too many like things that are bothering me about it though, thankfully. The main thing that I don't like is that the way you see like people in the channel thing. That is like the placement for that I don't like. Like you need to be pressing the channel name to be like seeing who is in there, you know? Like nothing else apart from that I don't find annoying about it. And I honestly don't understand why it needs, like why did it need to be switch from there? Like away from there, like be swiping from left to right or right to left to be opening both of the menus. I guess because now there is like fast way to reply to people to be swiping the message, which is fine but not really necessary in my opinion. But just need to be getting used to it. I think I heard it was quite bad on like when first, like the first few people did get it on iOS, you know, on iPhones. Like that, they look so awful. It was very complicated. Also, I absolutely hate when apps in general look so different between phones. I understand that some features like are not available in every phone, but why does it need to be so drastically different? That is also one of the reasons why I never really want to be switching what is my operating system on phone. Because, oh god, trying to get used to new apps. I don't want it. Thankfully, it's more or less like same looking on like computers though and laptops, whatever my things. Like that's not that bad, but then again, I very rarely do be using anything apart of from Windows. Because why would I need to? Also, the programs that I have slash need work on Windows and they might not be working on something else because there's no such thing as an application for the other operating system. Which is sad. That is indeed the reason why we needed exactly to be getting a Windows laptop to our school, because they knew that there were some apps that they weren't either available on other ones, mainly on Mac, or they were working but they were working differently. I still think that it's a shame though that there is some apps that only work on certain devices. I don't really mind if the application is like made to be working better with certain device. That is not that big of a deal, even though it's unfortunate. But yeah. But thankfully most of the time you can find like basically the same thing for whatever you need to be finding a replacement for. That's at least a nice thing, but at the same time it doesn't always work. I did say about it, but there was indeed my boyfriend was in the group. One dude started like writing a Word document that was in Steam, or not in Steam, in Teams. It was there, like it was literally like the document was started there, but for whatever reason, because they were using Mac, Windows users couldn't be opening the app. Like that's like, why? It's literally in a different app. I think the problem was that there was some font was used that is only on like Mac devices, so you know. That was the problem. It's just ridiculous. Considering that you're using Teams and like, of course you're using Word in there. It's not like you have really a choice for your like text files. Or Word files in this case, but anyways. It's just so weird. I will say that I was at some point that I didn't like any of the Apple devices, but I think I have mostly switched personally that I don't mind them. I just hate that they are just not interacting with each other too well. I think that's my like point of view nowadays. Like, surely if I need to use an Apple device, I will be using it, and I don't think that there's gonna be too many issues. But at the same time, like... I rather stay with whatever I have. I understand, like, the big appeal about, like, Apple devices is that... is you have everything with Apple. You can use them, like... nicely together, which is like a nice thing, but it's just unfortunate that it just doesn't work with anything else then that well. It's my main thing, I think, nowadays with it. I just find it unfortunate. Yeah. I remember that when like I was in school, it was a big thing that you needed to like choose your side. Are you Apple or are you Android, pretty much? Because they were like the biggest two options, and I never understood the thing about it, but at the same time I was also like, at the time I really didn't like Apple. As I said, it is like nowadays kind of like I just hate that they don't interact too well. That's my main issue. But then again, what they can really do about it, nothing really, but it's still unfortunate though. Also, I guess that I always remember one bad experience that one of my teachers had, since, you know, be programming and stuff. She did have the issue that she pressed a button and then, like, invisible, like, characters were added. And, like, you don't really know, like, what's the issue, but, like, there was the invisible text there that was like making the program to be broken. So literally the only thing that she could do is to start it over again. Thankfully it wasn't anything too big that she needed to start again, but I can see frustration in there. But yeah, I will say that I never really did understand like the big deal with Android versus Apple thing. And it was weird because it was always worded like that. Android versus Apple. Not iOS, Apple. Like, they're not even comparing the right things. And the thing, especially nowadays, because like still the two biggest things in phones are Apple or iOS and Android. Like you're comparing so many different things to one brand. Silly things though. There is some things though that since I have like every once in a while have been using MacBook, not for too like it has been such a long time since I've last used it. But like when I did use it, there was like certain things that were definitely better working. Better working in there, but it was because it was designed to be working with Apple devices. It wasn't the one that I did own, it was borrowed, but yeah. Because the other thing is that I'm not willing to spend that much money. It's just the truth. I don't want to be spending that much money on a laptop. Especially considering that I don't use laptops too often. I mainly use, of course, the computer that I'm using right now. Like, why bother be spending so much money on that if you're never gonna be using it? But then again, each to their own though. There's something wrong liking whatever operating system you want to be using. Even though I sometimes will be, for choking, I will be saying that you Apple devices, but it's more of a joke than anything. Because I will understand, like, if you have grown up with... Huh? if you did grow up with like now like all like Apple devices, then of course you're good at them and you don't want to be switching. The same reason why I don't want to switch to them, because I'm so used to everything but Apple pretty much. Because I kind of know how to work with Linux. Kind of. I haven't needed to be using it. It's not that complicated, but it's definitely different from anything else. I remember that my father did want to be using it at one point a lot. He was struggling a lot with it. I think the reason why he wanted to switch into it was because for whatever reason he didn't trust Windows. Like at that point he didn't trust Windows. Which is like very odd, but I mean every operating system will be having their flaws. Every single operating system can be, you know, hacked. It's not like that's not a thing. It was interesting though. I don't think that he never got it to be working because I don't remember too much about it, but I'm pretty sure based on like my knowledge about how things work now is that it wouldn't have been working the way that he was doing it. But yeah. And also I guess another problem is that the laptop that he at least used was quite old. I don't remember did he ever get a new one or not though. But yeah, at least at the time like it was very old. So that is like another issue as well. But yeah. I will say that I probably would be liking Linux more if I would have been using it outside of like schoolwork. Because of course like schoolwork, at least for me, it kind of ruins things because like there can be some like very boring things to be doing with your schoolwork. It sometimes ruins things. Like, there's been quite a good amount of things in my life that I have hated because the stupid ways that we haven't needed to be doing them in school. But when I have done them on my own, I did enjoy them. Like, I understand that things in schools needs to be done in a certain way. Because how else can you really be giving grades if they're doing things differently? But it's such a shame though, sometimes. Thankfully there was like few cases that we could be using something else instead. The main thing is that it would just be working. That was the main concern in some cases. Which was a lot nicer because you didn't necessarily need to use one very specific way to be making the program, website, whatever thing to be working. But yeah, I understand that you are gonna be like thought like the very basic way to be making things usually in school. At the same time, like, if I know a better way, why can't I use it? Like, actually, why? What's the problem there, buddy? Yeah. I can understand that certain things they need to be done in certain ways, but there's some things that you could be doing things differently. Speaking of math, math is one of the things that it has been taught so many different ways in here, it's insane. Like, of course, there's the thing that your grandma knows it one way, your mom knows it one way, and you know it one way. Like, that makes sense. But then there was the situations that you did have, like, a friend that wasn't in your, like, class, but was the same age, and they were taught differently. And then it's like, why are we not teaching the same thing to everyone at the same time? Like, as I said, I understand, like, things are different. But it's just so weird. Yeah. Because there was, like, some teachers with math that teach like, an older version of how to, like, do, like, dividing in, like, very specific way. Like, I don't know, is there a word in English for that? That's again a problem. Try to see if there is. Oh, hello, Stoffel. I guess it's decent then in English. I don't know if it's actually a word, but that's what Google says. But yeah, there was a very specific way to be making dividing things in, like, decent things, what or whatever you, however you would pronounce it. And some teachers were teaching the old way, and some were teaching the new way. And when we, like, get into another school, I can see. How many year? Division year. Yeah, there was, like, very weird ways that we were taught it. And then, like, when we did get into, like, 7th grade, and on 7th grade we changed, like, schools and everything pretty much. There was a problem with teachers that they either needed to know both ways how to, like, how they are done, or they needed to be teaching one way for everyone. Because, like, of course, like, since someone could be, like, having it learn different way than others, so it's just like, why can't there be one way? And nowadays, just calculators. I will say that there is, like, some math things that, even though I know how to, like, do the actual math, I don't want to do them. I'd rather use a calculator. the biggest thing probably is because I don't need to use them pretty much ever, so it's easier to be certain that I'm correct by, you know, be like using a calculator. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's just like the problem is that it's one of those things that I almost never have to use. That's honestly the problem with most of these things that you learn in school, that yeah, they might be actually practically useful, but it's just the thing that you don't use them, so you forget how they work. Like, surely I know that there is because I needed to do, like, certain things in school, like math related, that I did understand how they did work, though, even though I haven't used them in years. I will say one thing that I still love about, though, is that you need to learn how to do these things, because you're not gonna be having calculator anywhere or everywhere. Meanwhile, phones nowadays. Oh, how lovely. And I will say one thing as well, because the calculators that I did use, I could have them in my pocket. No problem. But then again, who would be carrying it? But yeah. I understand as I said, I understand the importance of it, but the problem is that how many times do you have to use it? And then there's like the things that like I have only been taught to calculate them with the usage of like calculators. Like, I don't know how to actually do it, like without it. I mean, I probably would be if I would be studying it, but like I have never been taught how to do certain things without calculator. Because I guess it's easier to be doing with a calculator. It's like certain like things that like if you would be doing like using the round up number, it's not gonna be as accurate as whatever the calculator is having that thing to be, like pi, for example. I know how to calculate with the rounded up pi though, but I think like I have always been taught how to like calculate with percent with only calculators, for example. Or like some other thing similar to it. I think that has been the case for me. But then again, I don't think that it would be that bad to do without it. But then again, you never know before you try. But I will say one thing that I absolutely always will be hating percent things. They're so bad. Yes, usually those come up with like a little sentence before it, and I'm not good at those. I'm fine if you give me numbers, but if they are mixed in between the like some sort of a story, I'm like, yeah, not my thing. That was actually like one of my problem points with math in school. Like I could do everything else good, but those I always struggled with. I know that I have become a better with them, but I guess that is one of those things that I would wish that would have been taught me better at school. I mean, is it partially my fault because I never did ask anything about it? Yeah, but sometimes it would be nice if in certain situations teachers would be asking more, did everyone get it? Because you know it's very embarrassing to say that I don't understand it when you're a kid, teenager, whatever my thing. But yeah, believe you learn though. Well, one thing that I'm quite proud of about myself though, for whatever reason, even though it's an obvious thing when you think about it, is that for whatever reason, like in every single class that I was in, not too many people did understand math with zero. And they would like to try to actually like, you know, be doing everything in their power to be calculating things, but I was quite proud of myself that I did understand how zero works. Yeah. There's a lot of like kids that were in my class that didn't know how zero works. It was insane. I was very proud of that I was able to like understand how it works. Like the thing was that if I did see like a zero somewhere in like in a math problem, if it was in a certain way, I knew that the answer would be zero. But I knew that there was a lot of people that were like trying to then like actually like you know, be adding everything up like normally. And then almost at that point always be forgetting that there is a zero there. I guess it was the case with some that they were just ignoring zero for whatever reason as well. I heard that is a thing as well. They're just like ignoring it. But yeah, it was quite a interesting thing though. But then again, each person learns the way that they learn. Like, I wasn't good at languages, for example, but I was quite okay with math. But I will still say though that probably one of the reasons why I honestly didn't learn languages too well, because it was like said to us, yeah, I'm okay. I think another problem that for me with language learning was that it was said to us that you either learn maths or you learn languages. I don't know why that was such a big deal, and it was like very frustrating, like looking back to it. Because I probably just was thinking that I'm good at math, I can't learn languages. Which is like, why was it even like said to be a thing? It's so stupid. Yeah, I don't honestly understand where did it come from and everything. It's probably like a very old thing. Yeah, that's the thing, indeed. You can like both. Then you can like neither. You just don't like school in general. And there is so many things that people like, or I guess adults don't really think that if you say those things to kids, they are gonna be stuck in their brain. Even though the kids don't necessarily think about it as well. Because I don't think that I never really like actually thought that because I'm good at math, I'm not good at languages. I think it just was like, you know, my whatever is it construction or subconstruction, whatever my thing. I can word. One of those situations that I need to see the word to learn to pronounce it. Yeah, subconstruction, whatever my thing. The thing. It's very. No, it's subs. The subcon kiss. Oh my god. Subconstruction or whatever my thing. You know the thing that you are not actually thinking about, but your mind is thinking about pretty much? That thing. I know the word now, but I just can't pronounce it. Yeah, that. Usually it helps for me to see the word, but for whatever reason it didn't help out this time. Yeah, I think I was just like thinking that, like, you know, back in my mind that since I'm good at math, I can't learn languages. I know it's a thing that is like always going to be the case though, but yeah, I would wish that sometimes the like parents, teachers, whoever it shall be, would be careful with the words they say. Because that can really, like, in most cases, make people dislike learning. Because, for me, it was the math slash language brain thing. That you either are we are good at one or the other. I hope that they are not gonna be saying it anymore though. I really wish. I will say one thing that I was quite fortunate with by what it comes down to school and things like that in general is that I was never really compared to anyone, which was quite nice. Because I know that that's a big issue. And the thing that I don't honestly understand why compare? Because the thing is that there's so many things that you can't compare with people. Because like everyone learns differently. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. But yeah, I just and every single time that I hear like people comparing someone else to or someone to someone else is just like why? Because I think that is another thing that honestly more times than it's supposed to be helping you to be doing better, it's just making you feel more discouraged. It's just like, As I said, I'm thankful that I never really need to be hearing anything like that. Yeah, that's a good thing, honestly. It's just like such a weird thing, like why? People are different. I will say it a million times though, another thing that I'm happy about with my school things is that I never had to like start to learn things very early in my life, like do good in school very early on my life. I know that some places you need to be kind of knowing what you want to do in very early into your life, but thankfully in here, like, nothing really that much matters compared to a lot of like places. Surely you need to be doing well enough in school in order to pass it, but you don't need to be doing like in some places you need to be doing certain things that you don't like in order to be getting into school that you want to be going to. Because like I don't get it. Because I live in a place that it's not a thing. I guess that's one of the benefits of having a free school. Surely you could be going for a private school, but there is, you know, public schools that are free as an option. Yeah, thanks for hanging out though. Have a great day. You'll be always appreciating it indeed. I'm gonna be so angry if I run into that or run into that because it's quite close. There's a good chance that I will be running into it indeed. Thankfully it was far enough away. Today has been bunch of boosted Stoufels. It's like my 5th one of the day already. Well, only so few in so far as well. Soon 300, but still, it's quite a few though. Be having like 5 of these, and also like there's the ones that I don't even see the aura of. It's the only ones that I know that I would be having aura with would be the Farfetched. The only ones that I do tend to KO. But yep. You what do be? Stretching time. One thing I will say that yesterday was surprisingly quiet. Taking into consideration that yesterday was the Independence Day in here, it was surprisingly quiet. Like, of course, people were home and some were making more noise than others, but you know, apart from that, like, it was like surprisingly quiet indeed. There was supposed to be like a lot of things happening like nearby that should have been causing a lot of noise, but at least I didn't hear anything. I might have been too deep of a sleep at that point, I guess. Then that's a possibility. But yeah, I didn't hear anything. It's supposed to be indeed a lot of things happening, but nothing really that I didn't notice. I'm soon running out of moves. Jeez. Anyways. Apparently the city is gonna be doing this year fireworks again on New Year's. Of course it's gonna be like, since it's the city making it, it's gonna be fairly early on. And we're not gonna even be watching it because we are gonna be somewhere else. As we do be always for New Year's anyways. Thankfully the cat seems to be quite chill, I will still say, around it. Like, she doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. And I don't remember when it was a thing, but I will say that I absolutely love that. Absolutely love that nowadays it's not going to be straight 12 hours of fireworks. Or like the time is 12 hours. I like it indeed. I think you're supposed to be stopping at 2 AM if I remember correctly. Not completely sure on it though, but I will say that I like it, that is. It's not that late in the night. Oh, hello there, Boosted. Love the watts. Love the watts indeed. I kind of would wish though that there would be like more good usage for the watts though. I would kind of wish that there would be. I don't know what it could be. Of course you'll be getting like rare items that either you can sell for money or like rare-ish evolutionary items. But they are not that rare though, the evolutionary items, if you ask me. Because you can find them quite easily. At least most of them. I don't know what there could be. It's of course the thing that I think that there could be better usage for them in, like, since the DLCs. Like, maybe, even though it doesn't make too much sense, but that'd be finding apricorns. But yeah. Doobie, what it doobie though? I don't know indeed what it could be. The fossils are indeed a good thing, but I don't know. I guess like maybe there could be like TRs that's like someone has thrown away. That could be making sense. Or from that I don't really know what it could be. And I think it's a little missed opportunity, even though I know that like some of these things are very specific to only be in one game. But maybe they could have been like, you could have used Watts for certain powers. Like you could use them in Unova games, you know? That could have been cool. I know, as I said, it's one of those things that hasn't really been used ever again. But it could be like cool like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know though. Of course, using the DLCs, there is a thing that you can use them for to upgrade the place, but no. I don't know. It's not really that much. I don't even remember, is there anything that you can do with Watts in Crown Tundra? I don't remember anything that you could be doing with what's in there. There could have been at least, you know, something. Even if it would be like such a silly thing as upgrading like a certain place. Could have been that. I think it would have been kind of cool if you would have been able to make like a Poke Center or like something similar to that in Crown Tundra. Because there is no such way, no such thing in Crown Tundra like Poke Center. Because sometimes I'm like feeling like, hey, I would like to heal my Pokemons, or I would like to rate a nickname, but I'm pretty sure for that I need to be going into the mainland. To like go into a Poke Center and doing anything there. Which is a shame. I mean, there really isn't one in Isle of Armor, but at least there is a way to be healing. I mean, there is, I guess, also in Crown Tundra, but I don't know. Would have been nice if there would have been... If there would have been a way like that. I know that you can trade for like certain things in like with Watts, with the dudes that are on about giving you Pokeballs, stuff like that. That's a cool thing. I still think that there could be more. Especially with the brothers that do be giving you fossils and everything like that. Especially with those. It would be nice if there would be like cooler rewards. Like imagine if they would have been like... Imagine if they would be discovering something like... like... what they could be, like rare stones or something along those lines. Like collectible things, yeah. That would have been quite cool. If you would have been able to like get collectible things from them. I mean, would it be most likely to be sold? Yes. But then again, it would be like, in my eyes, something interesting to be seen. Every once in a while, you know. Or quite like that indeed. Hmm. I will say one thing that comes to my mind when I'm thinking about those things though is that how is it possible that these statues in PDSP Underground fit into those boxes? Like, they don't seem too big. They are like, what, 3 by 3 or something like that. But then again, some of like the fossils are the same size. And then you can like be finding and you can be like finding like such big statues in them. Are they like Pokeballs that they're just shrinking in size when they are in those boxes? Like how physically it would be making any sense. I mean, so many things in Pokemon games in general will be making the most amount of sense anyways, but yeah. How is it possible? Funny things indeed. Oh boy. I know that they couldn't really be making the boxes to be any bigger because then there would be first of all harder to be getting, and the second thing is that then it would be making too much sense anyways if they would be too big. And they also couldn't be making anything to be smaller as well because then that wouldn't be making too much sense. I don't know, maybe they couldn't be making the fossils instead of like seeing the fossil that you have in your inventory there. Just to be like enough to be discovering a little part of it, you know, instead, then it could be making more sense size-wise. And then again, maybe the fossil, the things, maybe those are big. Maybe they are very big. Like, how much does the size change between the fossil being the fossil or the fossil to be like an actual Pokemon? Also, based on like just a small amount of it, how can they make an entire Pokemon out of it? That's the true magic. I guess that's the reason why why they don't want to be showing it to you, is because they actually will be they actually have like a lot of them in the bag and they're just then gonna be just getting those from there. Maybe that's the truth behind maybe that's the truth behind the fossils. It's actually a lot of them somewhere and they're just not actually making the fossils be, but just getting them from the back. It works for almost every single one of them. The only one it doesn't really work is the Galar one, but then again you could be making the argument that they are... in the first place, they are already like quite different from everything else. They do be. Very interestingly, they do be. I think honestly one like cool thing would be considering that the fossils, they are not specifically like needing to be like older creatures, like creatures that have been living for a long time, you know? I think it would be quite interesting to be getting a fossil that would be based on cat and a dog. Those would be quite interesting. Of course, it could be like an older like way that they looked. That could be the thing. But like have a old cat slash dog Pokemon would be quite cool. Or like some other like ordinary animals. Just like see how Pokemon think that they were in the past, you know. Still probably the most interesting like a regular animal that I would like to see as an actual fossil would be Relicanth or like some kind of a fish. Because last time that I did check, Relicanth isn't revived from a fossil, but is kind of like a fossil. It is kind of like a fossil, as I said it previously, that it has the thing that it has the thing that the gender ratio is kind of the same as it is with the with fossils. It's more likely to be indeed male. What if what if it is the case though? What if it would be actually the case that one day we would be able to be getting like Relicanth to actually be a fossil Pokemon? Like, what if in one game it would be the case that we would be seeing like Relicanth to be like a fossil, and you'll be needing to do, you know, the usual fossil things. And like really every Relicanth that has been like randomly available would be explained with that. It would definitely be a strange choice. But then again, could be. Yeah, then it says Genesect as well, that apparently I know that it is like kind of a fossil Pokemon, which is like a weird one. It is very weird. Yeah. I think we need, I think that we still would need more fossil Pokemon that aren't fossil Pokemon and more non-fossil Pokemon to be fossil Pokemon. Because I will say, like I did say it, like last time that I was talking about it, that Shuckle is another one that could be, like in my eyes, a fossil Pokemon, even though it's not a fossil Pokemon. I think it could be working indeed. But yeah. I will say though that it would be cool to see like maybe like Relicanth or Shuckle, they did look differently, you know, back in the day. I think that would be quite cool. Because I think like, of course like evolution is a thing, it's a thing in Pokemon in general that, you know, they keep evolving. So it would be kind of cool to be seeing like more Pokemons to be like we'll be able to see that what they did look like from the past and how did they get like adapted to into the environment over the years. I think that would be quite cool. Yes, of course we have that with like Pokemons that have like regional variants, for example. But like, why not with the funny things? Why not with the funny things of like having like what Pokemon used to look like back in the day? People have been saying that like, what did Pokemons look like? Like fossil Pokemon was like, what did they look like in the past, you know, for example. Like before they were revived. Because certainly like some Pokemons make it to be more of an argument that they could have looked different. And kind of like make them to be kind of make them to be, you know, be part of rock type, so it would be nice to be like seeing them before that. I think the closest ones that we like have, if you're thinking like that fossil Pokemons have the rock type because it was just added on top of them, you know, because of fossils. I think that one of the closest ones that we have to actually be seeing what Pokemons were actually is the Galar fossils, because they are ridiculous. They do be ridiculous. But yeah, we shall see though. We shall see indeed. One day we definitely will be seeing old Pokemons. Like, of course, I understand that the thing is that Mew is the ancestor for all the Pokemons, but at the same time, it would be interesting to know that. How did Mew get to be so many different Pokemons? As I said, it would make sense that if there would be like base forms for like animals in general, like let's say that there is a bird, there is a dog, there is a cat, and then like everything that is somewhat related to those did get evolved into these and these. I think that is too much to ask for, but I don't think it would be too much to ask for like Pokemon that has bunch of different variants to see like without it being having any variants. Because like is the like which version of the Meowths would be the closest to the like to be the original one. I would still like to say that it wouldn't be the Alola one though. I just don't see how it could be. Galarian one, I understand the argument behind it because it looks the most like wild, I guess. But you know, understandable. But yeah, what if they were originally like something completely different? And based on the environment they did evolve into, whatever they did. Stretching. But I definitely would like to be getting more games that would be explaining why things look nowadays the way that they look. It will be nice. Because I like in games in general, even though like let's say that the first game is technically the like time-wise it's the one that is like the most advanced, okay, it's like the one that is like the oldest in that, but it's oldest in the sense of that it's like indeed like the years has been going on more in those games than in any sequels. But I like that when games are made like that, that the first game of the series is technically the... It could be even said that it's the end of the game, even though it's the first one, but then there's gonna be games added later that explains like why things are the way that they are. Like why this building is destroyed, why this building, or why this place is looking the way that it is. I always like that because it just like makes you understand things better, like why things are that they are. Of course, the usual way is that like after the first game, the second game continues from that, and so on and so forth. Nothing wrong with it, but I personally like more of the games that either go the opposite or make the games to be from like different times. Like first game is somewhere in the middle, the second game is very early on, and third game is later down the line, so on and so forth. So I think that is quite a nice thing. As I said, it's cool to understand why things are the way that they are, in my opinion. Now that whenever it's gonna be the case, there's gonna be the second remakes of Shino, they're definitely gonna be making a future version, right? Definitely. They're definitely gonna be making a future. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind if there would be like a Legends game that wouldn't be from the past, but would be from the future. I don't know, it could be going under the Legends thing. But then again, they can do whatever. Could be working. I know that we have like the game of the past. We don't really have the game of the future though. I mean, while it is technically a future thing, but does it really have like future elements on it? In my opinion, no. Like there is, but like we can't explore them as the player, you know. We can't explore them as the players. That would be quite cool. Maybe there is a reason why we can't use the chime machine. Maybe there is. I don't wanna jinx it, but it seems like we are gonna be done with 400 encounters in less than 3 hours. Which isn't too bad. Isn't too bad at all. Of course, could be the case that there is not just gonna be anything. It can be a wasted situation. Also, one thing that I did do yesterday as well that was quite an interesting thing that I did continue my getting a getting every Pokemon as quick as I can with SOS battles included in the Ultra Sun. I did only have like one problem Pokemon, and like at the time, I don't think that there is right now any other like that are problematic. But I did have the problem of having there to be the funny Pokemon of Jigglypuff. Because, you know, they only... I understand that it's day only, but at the same time, it's very unfortunate. But yeah, I did first, of course, need to find a Jigglypuff. And the first, like, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, like, I'm pretty sure that Jigglypuff is a 20% Pokemon there. I was super unlucky with it. Like, I got so many of the rarer ones first before I found my first one. But yeah. I did eventually get it, and I'm happy that I did get it at the end though. Because it would definitely be otherwise like one that I would need to be kind of going my out to be getting, because it is indeed a day only one, so I can only do it during the day. Like, I'm pretty sure it's the case that the night starts, like, in my eyes weirdly at 6 in those games, which is like, it's fine, but I find it very weird. Usually it's 8, but you know, whatever. It's just sometimes it's harder to be going for that because of that being the case indeed. Yeah, not the end of the world though. Not the end of the world. I'm not completely sure who is up next even. It might be even the case that I will be actually be going forward into the story even. That's definitely a possibility. But yeah, it's interesting. Slowly but surely getting in there. I quite like it indeed. It's gonna be taking a while to do, but then again, I don't have really anything to worry about with it, thankfully. So that's not that big of a deal. But yeah. You know, doobie what he doobie indeed. Also, I don't know why, but it looks laggy when Grimmsnarl is getting out of the Pokeball. It's very laggy. Doobie what he doobie, I guess. Bunch of Staffles. They are the one of the most common one in here, so it makes sense. Anyways. Anyways. I was thinking that maybe tomorrow I will be doing some Dynamax adventures. I was thinking that... I'm not completely sure on it, of course, but as I said, I kind of want to be doing a little bit more of them. Try to be getting a bunch of checks in there, and as I said, also because of I don't know how many DS I can be doing in the next weeks after each. It is that the end of the year is one of the more interesting ones time-wise. It do tend to be. Don't know when you're gonna be where situations. But yeah, not too bad though, not too bad. As I said also that I'm not completely sure will I be taking a break from this after today. If I will be finding a shiny, definitely gonna be taking a break. Because as I said, that is the way that I want to be going for my next phase is after I'm done with like winter/Christmas hunts. But yeah, that is the idea at least. That do be. If I would be getting the Farfetch though, it also would be meaning that I probably would be switching the hunt. I will say that I will be getting another one at some point, for sure. But maybe I would be taking a... I will be taking a break though. As I said, I wouldn't be minding to be getting the second one from eggs. But we shall see about it though. Do I want to do it like that or not? As I said, I wouldn't mind it, but I don't know still that would it be the way that I would like to be going with it. I don't tend to like to use it myself. That's why I need to think about it indeed. The thing is that I know that I will be evolving one into Surfetch, but the thing is also that even though I think I have said that I will be evolving the first one, but I might be waiting on the second one to see if I would like to evolve that instead. Interesting things to think about though. Very interesting things to think about indeed. But I will still say that I'm not completely sure if it's gonna be my next target. Hello? How are you doing? you be doing indeed? Yeah, it is a big number. Yeah, gotta always keep your hopes up. Yeah, this might be. I'm not completely sure. I've talked about it a lot today, but this, like today, might be the last day for a little while. Would like to do more of like seasonal hunts, more wintry slash Christmas hunts. Then come back to this after those, but we shall see. I would like to get the face before I move on, though. Yeah, it would be very nice though to be getting it, or at least get a face. Or let's get a face. Because then I would be feeling a lot better to be going for the other hunts indeed. Because it is kind of feeling bad to be leaving a hunt to be over odds. To be continuing then after a break. Be feeling a lot nicer to be starting from a smaller one. Smaller amount of encounters being done. Yeah, probably. You never know though. You never know about the reaction. Sometimes you think that it's gonna be the most over the top reaction and then it's gonna be like, oh, cool. It's a shiny, yeah. I finally got it after a ridiculous amount of time. And sometimes it's very rare though that they do get me so off guard that I actually get kind of scared. That is quite rare to me, but has happened to me a few times. Thank you, Swirlix. Let's go in for the Stuffle. But yeah. Definitely gonna be interesting though. Where is... It's another Swirlix there. Jeez. I thought there was a Stuffle there. I never know when they're behind the trees. Oh, there is a Stuffle though. I will say though that most of the dudes that I'm going in here, they don't change too much. I mean, Chino is kind of in the gray area for me because I know it changes quite a bit. But at the same time, does it change enough to be really popping? Especially if it's sunset chime. It's gonna be pink. Sunset chime is kind of pinky already. As much as I like the feature that there is different times of day seen in this game, sometimes they're a little too much on the colors that they choose. Nothing wrong with it, of course, but it's just like unfortunate. I mean, at least it's not as bad as it is after these games. PDSP, it's fine, but there is some Pokemon that you really need to question yourself again during the sunset chime. But Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet, unfortunately, those are games that it's unfortunate how many times you're questioning yourself. Yes, I will say that I absolutely love that there is like different times of day and they are like very nicely will be shown to you. It's just unfortunate how it looks. I think it's the worst though in Scarlet and Violet shiny wise because, you know, no shiny sparkles. But apart from that, it's not the worst thing ever. Doobie, what did doobie? Says it plenty of times that is the main reason that I would like to be switching to nighttime. Or I switch to nighttime the switch when I'm hunting for the Galarian Farfetch'd. It will be popping in my mind better in there. I don't know, I haven't seen one. But I think that it's gonna be. And the other thing is that I just like the night one better. Could be, as I said, because I'm used to it, but I just like the nighttime better than the daytime. There you go. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you will be able to find whatever you're looking for, or at least get something. Getting shiny is definitely nice. Getting 3 Pokemon that you're not looking for is not nice though. That are all the same. In the past, I would have been so excited to be seeing so many Swirlix, but I already have 2 of them. I don't really plan on going for more. I don't really need a 3rd one. And yeah, I have 2 already. I don't plan to go for a 3rd one. As I said, if I get one when I will be maybe doing a face in Glimwood, that's fine. That's completely fine with me, but yeah. Apart from that, no thank you. Also, it's so much fun to try and avoid as much spoilers as possible from the second part of the DLC, as it always is. I mean, I don't mind if I see something, but at the same time, I don't really want to be seeing anything. I want it to be more or less a surprise. That's why I tend to kind of try to play it fast when I'm playing them, because I will be playing them on stream. I want to be playing them kind of fast because of the reason being that you know, I'm kind of tempted sometimes to be watching how someone else is reacting to it. But then again, I also do be quite slow because I just want to enjoy it in general. I don't want to rush too much. But yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be making like again like 2 streams to be getting done with the story. I'm hoping that indeed. It's not the end of the world if it goes for a third one, but I would like if it would be only be taking 2. The truth is though that I'm thinking that I might be like, of course, playing it for the few days that it needs to be done with the story, but then I think it's gonna be the thing that I will be taking a break from it for a while because, you know, as I said, I kind of want to concentrate more on the EDAs. I don't think that I will be doing it daily though, because as I said, I don't like doing DAs that much, but doing a little bit more of them. But remains to be seen though. Remains to be seen indeed. You never know how things change. You never really know indeed. It would be absolutely hilarious, by the way, to be fighting against something on the first day. It is kind of the goal in the back of the mind, of course, but it would be absolutely hilarious at the same time. Like, imagine. Yeah, I probably will be doing the usual thing if I can in the DLC, though, that... that the usual thing that I do is to see what kind of area we work with, and then, like, try to explore everything and then go with the story. Because I like to explore first and then do story. Of course, it really depends, though, that is it... how much, like, story locked the locations are. But I hope that they are not that much story locked, you know. I really do be hoping so. I hope that it's kind of the way that the DLCs have been so far, that you can freely explore them. I like that, personally. I like that personally myself. I understand that maybe the main game is a little bit locked, so you don't get overwhelmed. But I think DLCs should be like free to explore. They thankfully seem to be, at least the first one was. But then again, Garden Valley does work differently in that you can anyways to be going wherever you want. Is it gonna be hard to be going into like to the mountain? Yes, but you can. You can indeed. I thought so, that I would be encountering you. Oh, Drifloon. Oh, Drifloon, Drifloon, Drifloon. Adieu. Looking forward to it indeed. forward to it indeed. Would like to say that it's probably gonna be interesting. It's gonna be good or bad, hard to say. I think the only problem that I did have with Shield Mask is that the thing that I have been talking about today in general is that I just didn't like that it was like that the DLC was like time locked. Like it was time locked during this specific time of day. It isn't too bad like in general, but at the same time it was like, why? It's quite sad. Oh. Hello? I thought I was far enough away. But I guess not. But yeah, that's probably my main complaint about it. Wasn't too many issues like for me in that game indeed. Or that DLC. I mean, it was on the shorter side, but it was a thing that I was kind of expecting anyways, it being on a little bit on the shorter side. It's unfortunate though. I will say that I kind of wish that the next part is either gonna be longer or there's gonna be side missions like there is in Crown Tundra, for example. Like there's more things to do apart from the main story. Would be quite nice indeed. Needs to be seen though. Needs to be seen indeed. I don't want to be getting too excited though, because I've said it today so many times, if you're too excited about whatever it is, you're probably gonna be disappointed. Even though you still like it, but you're probably gonna be disappointed. It just is unfortunate like that. Anyways, money talk indeed. Money talk indeed. I didn't realize I have so many encounters done. Oh, how time flies. Sometimes you don't even register into your brain how many encounters you have done. Like, I knew that I was like closer to. Like, I knew that I was like going to be hitting like 400 checks in under 3 hours. Which is still so strange to me that I can, at least when I'm only playing or hunting Farfetched, most of the time I can get the first 200 done in 1.5 hours. But then like I'm done with the next 200 in less than 1.5 hours. It's insane. I mean, it's a good thing for that I will most likely be able to hit like 1,000 in a day, but far from that. Far from that, it's not too bad. About 1.5 hours to go, and then it's going to be sunset time. Howdy indeed. As I said today, I didn't change the settings, otherwise we would be hunting in the nighttime for like an hour or so. A little extra, I don't know. No, we would be in sunset time now. I mean, I technically could be putting it to be later, but nah. Nah, it's fine. It's better that way. I'm not gonna be going till the next day. That's my main thing anyways. I don't want to be going to the next day. As I said, I want to be getting my shinies on the day that I actually hunt them. If it's a possibility. And as I said plenty of times, thankfully in routes that is very much possibility. Wild areas, there is weather to worry about. There do be indeed. If only in this game there would be like a way to just set up a certain weather, and then it's gonna be that weather. As long as you want it to be. That could be a thing that you could be spending your watts on. Like making a certain weather to be appearing if you like pay enough watts. I mean, would it be too much? Probably, but and again, if you want to use it, you can. If you want to use it, you can indeed. Maybe that could even be a way that you would be able to get fog before becoming the champion. Maybe that could be. But I think it would be only fair if it would be only working in one area though. If you can only pay a certain weather to one area. Yes, if we would be able to control everything, I think that's too much. I mean, of course, I know that there is the thing that you can just switch to be a certain time of, or it's a certain time of year, I guess, in this case. So, you know, there's gonna be the weather that you wanted there. But what if you don't want to do that? Like I am. I'm the type of person that doesn't want to really do that, but it's fine, you know? It do be fine like that. But yeah, interesting things to think about indeed. Very interesting. Mm. One thing that I will say that I find quite interesting at times is that like whenever people be finding shinies, is that how many encounters were they able to do in an hour? It's like that is like very interesting to be. It is the thing that I'm very interested in. Because sometimes, even though if you would be hunting with multiple different consoles, it's still quite slow. Like how many you can get done. I will still say that even though it's quite consistent the way that you can do it with soft resetting, I do tend to find them to be quite tedious. There's so much room for error in there. Unlike mostly in random encounters. It of course depends on game as well. Is there more or less room for error there? Because in some games it's like you need to be pressing buttons, but you can't be pressing buttons until enough time has passed, you know, like in PTSP for example, it's the main thing. And I will say the one thing that is gonna be tedious as well is Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee resets as well, because you will be needing to select the... You need to select the way that you use, or what you use to, as the controller every single time. Are you using the Pokeball plus whatever mething? Are you using which side of the right Joy-Con? Or are you using the console itself? It's like so bad. Of course it's not the end of the world, but at the same time it's like... why? And the thing is that, like, what if I only have, like, one Joy-Con to be, you know... What if I only have one Joy-Con to be, like, connected anyways? The other one is Like not even connected at all. I'm pretty sure you can do it like that. Maybe. I think it's one of the only games that you can play with only one Joy-Con. I think so. Because sometimes in Switch, even though there is a game that only requires one Joy-Con, you need to use... Yeah, like you need to have both of them to be connected, which is like super weird. Like, hey, I only need one, why do I need both of them? Sometimes can be annoying like that. Thankfully, I don't really run into those types of games too often, though. I don't... I can see the frustration in those games, though. Like, what do I do with the second Joy-Con? I just need it to be connected. I will say one thing, though. It's more apparent with Joy-Cons than anything else. Is that I would wish that every game that uses only, like, in this case indeed, one Joy-Con, and the other one would be always off. Like, if you start up the game, the other one would be turning off. Because there's no reason for the other one to be on if you don't use it. Is it with anything though, like control? Is it like another controller or anything like that? I personally would be wishing that. And another thing that I would be wishing as well would be that you would be able to put more controllers off when they when you have the machine still like open. I would wish that. But yeah, we shall see though. Maybe one day. So time to switch to Pokemon because you have run out of moves. We go to the last one though, so I'm a little bit worried. Because let's see. You have the whole lot of 25 moves. I did also use you completely, and you have you have 40 moves. It used like few on you, nothing too much though. It's worrying me a little bit. I might need to be going healing today. If you also run out of moves. At least now I guess I don't need to be super worried about Wobbuffets anymore, because you're a ghost type. I still don't want to specifically encounter them though, game. But I don't need to be that much worried about them anymore, because now I can run away from them, I don't need to KO them. So I have a ghost in front. It's a very nice feature. Still will say that it makes so much sense that it's like weird to look back into that we didn't have it sooner. This makes so much sense if you ask me. Also, I'm gonna be getting what's after this. Yes, I did see the aura around you. And then Stuffle. You're not a far-fetched. How dare you? How dare you be like that? Oh. Nice. You get the higher roll, but they'd get the random one after it. Let's go. But it's gonna be absolutely insane if I can run other moves with you as well, because that would mean that I would have seen like 100 of you. It's insane. Considering at this point I have seen like 60 already. A little bit more, but yeah. I've only done a soon 500 checks. I'm scared. But yeah, I would like to say that we are not gonna be running out of moves with you though. Honestly, it might be even the case if I will be starting to feel like I'm low on moves, I might just not be KOing anymore then. That's honestly the reason why I don't want to be struggling, because the thing is that you know, I don't want to be accidentally KOing the shiny when I accidentally will be selecting battle thing. Because I would like to say that struggle at the level that I am with any of my Pokemons would be enough to KO it. Circle is honestly one of those weird moves that it's like, in the moment that you usually need struggle, it's like weak, but when you accidentally use it, it's super strong. I mean, mostly you'll be using struggle by accident is when you run out of moves when you're trying to train it, but still. Like when you're actually gonna be trying to use struggle to go against and defeat a gym leader, it's not gonna be working now, is it? And also getting to the point that you can use struggle and be at good HP is also quite a hassle to actually do. Like even though you're trying to do it, it's like so hard to try and get it to that point. Because like the thing is that most of the time you are going against like opponents that can harm you, and of course you don't want to be taking damage. You know, for obvious reasons. And usually you also don't have money to be having like potions to be healing your Pokemon. I think it's quite an interesting thing though, the way that struggle works on like future generation, because It's easier to like get the struggle to be working. Since, you know, new moves have been introduced, or new moves, new items have been introduced. Because using struggle is not that big of a struggle anymore. Because you can just have like the assault vest or whatever thing, so you can only be using attacking moves, you know. And then if you have only have like status moves, whatever things, you will be struggling. If I remember correctly, that is how the item works. It's so interesting though to see how things have changed. It is indeed. I will say one thing. I would kind of wish that some of the items that you need to be using in order to be evolving the Pokemon, that it would still have it when you evolve it. So I'm pretty sure that Pokemon kind of consumes the item when it is evolving. It's okay and like fine with that. I think the only thing that I want from each that is like upsetting to me is that I can't then, you know, use the benefits of the item that it's holding again if I don't get another one. And sometimes it's easier to get it than others. But yeah. Of course it's unfortunate as well, because then you can't be having to use that item to evolve another one of those dudes before you find it as well. I understand like stones. Stones make sense in my mind, but like something like Magmasizer. Yeah, if I had a Magmasizer, whatever my thing. Like, why is it used? Like, why? I want to use it. Also, still, every single time that I will be getting up the topic of stupid one-time used items, I think of Dragon Scale. And I think it should be having another use. Why? Like the items for like Electivire, Magmortar, and Rhyperior are fine with me. Like they make sense, they are like only for that Pokemon, but is Dragon Scale really one of them? It is Dragon Scale, right? That I'm thinking. Am I mixing up with another item, or am I? I'm questioning myself. Yeah. It's such a like stupidly useless item, Dragon Scale. Like, why could it be added to any Pokemon apart from, I don't know, Kindra? It's still the only Pokemon that requires it. It's stupid. It's like so. Why? Why is it only one Pokemon? I guess it would be making sense to be having more like evolutions attached to it. I mean, I guess you can get like more usage out of it, but still. Nice. Level. Another thing is the Clamperl's evolution items, Deep Sea Tooth and Deep Sea Scale, which I thought I was mixing up the Dragon Scale with. Like, again, like I understand that they are only for those, but they also, in my opinion, could be for another Pokemon as well. I don't see really a reason why they would be only for those two. Of course, like, I understand that there needs to be like different evolution items because they evolve the same way, but holding a different item, that is like fine, but I think indeed that there should be more usage for them. And also all the hold this item while evolving items should be switching into just give it the item to the Pokemon, it will be evolving. It's... why? Why? Oh. The Drifloon is interesting. Very interesting. They're showing up. Yeah. I don't know. It would be quite nice indeed if there would be more usage for them. And of course there's always gonna be added new like single used evolutionary items. Some that I'm more upset about than others. For example, I don't mind the military ones. I don't mind those, those are fine. I mean, are they still a little bit useless? Yes, but I'm more fine with them personally. I guess I wouldn't be so upset about the one-time evolution only like items if they would be easier to be getting. Of course I understand that they are indeed rare because not too many Pokemon use them, so there doesn't need to be more of them. But the question is though, like, why can't we buy them more times in the games? Like, you would think that someone is making them, because some of them, they don't really seem like items that would be just be found in the wild, you know. Like, you would think that someone is making them. But yeah, I don't know. It would be quite nice. I know that if they would be on shops, they would be ridiculously expensive, but then again, I would be expecting that. But I think that would be nicer because then you don't really feel that bad of using the one-time only items, you know? As I said before, that there is certain cases that you can get in older generations, only a set amount of them. And you need to really think, who do you use it on? You really need to be thinking about it. As I said, thankfully it's easier to be getting them. As I said, I don't mind that it would be like a little bit harder way to be getting them, but at least be a possibility to be getting them. I would be quite happy with that personally. Thing that I want in there. Oh, hello there. I think it could be the case that maybe the forfeit has... or maybe they have calmed down. It might mean it would be okay. It would be quite fine indeed if they would have been calming down a little bit, but... I mean, I don't mind to see them, per se, but... would be what it do be though. It's not that bad at all. Closing in on 4 hours. And also 600 checks. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all, indeed. Said I would kind of like to do 1,000 today, but we shall see when we get there, though. We shall see, indeed. Would be quite nice to be able to hit it, though. Would indeed. Because then we would be quite close to the number that we did find the first one. It's a little over 7,000 indeed. It's fairly early on to that stream indeed. So it could happen again. It could happen again indeed. You never really know until you try. I was also kind of thinking that maybe it would be a good thing if I, like, whenever I would be getting the far-fetched, like, done, like, not a face. When I get the far-fetched done, that I would be maybe doing, like, a PDSP hunch. I said, like, I would be like to do a hunt in there, and it wouldn't be too bad, and I wouldn't mind it. There's few ones that I'm interested in there. Of course, the main ones are, of course, the mythicals. That it is still the only way that I can legitimately be hunting for them. Which are Shaman, Darkrai, and Arceus. Do be like that indeed. But that is gonna be the thing then. I probably still should be preparing for it sooner. Like, because I would like to be getting the Pokemon's ready, you know, for it. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but still useful Pokemons. So I would like to not fail them. And I kind of don't have a Master Ball in that game anymore because I already have used it. So I kind of would need to be indeed be more prepared for it. I think though that I know the way I would like to go with it though. It's just of course need to be figuring out how to get things work. And second of all, to actually see if it would be working. I would be surprised if they wouldn't be working because, as I've talked about a lot, there's very few Pokemons that you can be like putting a harvest on. There's only so few Pokemons that you can do that with. And it's only like those Pokemons that very much rely on their ability. Also the only ones that don't do anything. Yeah, thankfully it shouldn't be taking that long to do though. I would like to say that much. The preparation for it. But then again, you never know. You never know though. I guess the main issue could be that the main issue could be that 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 for whatever reason I just can't be finding like hard scales for like certain moves, but I don't think that that should be that big of a problem. To spend some time on the Grand Underground. I think that is like the main thing that I would be like need to be worrying about is that hard scales. But thankfully they're not that hard to come by. They are still like decently hard, but hard scales they have definitely been worse to be getting in certain games slash generations. It is kind of sad though that they are not really any used anymore. But yeah, remains to be seen. Maybe someday they will become more of a thing again. I won't say that I don't like that we can remember things whenever. That's a very nice feature. I love it, but it is at the same time a little bit of a shame that card scales aren't that useful anymore. I would love them to be more useful. If nothing else, they were always like a cool item to be found because I kind of like how they look. It is the kind of the same thing that I like about hot scales is why I like prism scale. They both look quite nice. That's also what makes like the one time only or one Pokemon only evolution items sad because they always look so cool, but unfortunately only used on one Pokemon. Unfortunately indeed. What can you really be doing for each? Oh, wonderful it would be to be getting Pokemons that would be using the only one-time uses of items. Hope for it though. Only hope for it indeed. I will say that some are more easier to be finding Pokemons to be adding them to than others. Especially considering that they are indeed every once in a while be adding like new one time only or one and only evolution items. It's definitely making it a little bit harder. I think when I hit the next 100, I'll be going ahead and getting a snack bar. I know being a little hungry indeed. Be a little hungry indeed. Seeming the way that things are going, I think today might be ending at 800 checks. They might be indeed be ending at 800 checks, which is a decent amount. I mean, I probably would have done 800 checks last time, but I was really fixated on getting it to 6k. And like seeing how things are seeming to be going, that it's quite possible that we might be ending today at 800 checks, which is a decent amount. It's a very decent amount indeed. Lovely amount of progress. It's a bit Swirlix there, I see. See how it is, Swirlix. You want to give me another one, I see. This boosted just as well. Okay, then again, what's going on in here? What are you doing? Two boosted ones spawning at once, let's go. Would be absolutely hilarious if that Stuffle there would also be a boosted one. I don't think that it's going to be though. Would be ridiculous. Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh boy. Love to see the boosted Pokemon indeed. Love to see them indeed. Stuffle, stuffle, stuffle. Still kind of wish that Stuffle would be one of the next ones to be getting a regional variant. I just see a lot of potential on it. It could be because, you know, it's kind of, you know, a stuffed bear situation. So, you know, it would be like not that bad to try and do things for. I sometimes would wish that we would be able to see like things like our Pokemons to be different like they are sometimes in the anime. Like have like different patterns and stuff. I think I have talked about this as well. But I wouldn't wish that that would be the case. I guess that is why we have regional variants. But honestly, I don't think that every single regional variant needs to be drastically different. I mean, I guess that is why like Alolan, Sandshrew and Sandslash are what they are, because they are not too different from the original ones. Nothing bad about them, it's just... I would honestly kind of wish that they would be doing more like that. They were more like that on, of course, on Alola because it was a new thing. But honestly, that is... I think that I tend to like, I guess, then. Because it doesn't look too bad, as I said, not everything needs to be drastically different, but pattern changes would be cool. Of course it doesn't work with every Pokemon. But I think Stuffle would be one that it would be working with. As I said, kind of being a stuffed bear situation. Yeah! I am. Understandable, I guess. But yeah, no. I'm not British. I mean the usual way that people think if they don't know where I'm from. They usually say that I'm European. Fair, I guess. It's such a large space though. And it's just strange because I think someone did say once to me that I sound like European, and I'm like, huh? How can I sound like I'm European? There is so many different countries. How does one sound like a European? Yeah, but I'll go ahead and get a snack bar. Getting a little hungry. I'll be back. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of cultures in Europe. But yeah, I get your point because when I was in school, at least, I was taught British English, so it could be from there. I don't know what my accent is because I have said it so many times. I watch so many different people around the world that I don't know what my accent would be. Yeah. And I guess I will say I don't know if it's a thing anymore, but at least when I was in school, it was joked about that no one in Finland knows how to speak English because we basically say same things as we write. So as a Finn, it might be harder to be trying to learn English because you need to know how to pronounce things. So like usually, at least in school it was the case that the English didn't sound too good. I was guilty of that as well, but yeah. It's not the end of the world though. It is a very complex language. I know. As a person who speaks it. Of course, it's easier. It's always easier to say that the language is easy if you already speak it, especially if it's your native language. But I will say that, oh god, Finnish can sometimes be such an annoying language. That's the reason why we in here might be struggling with learning new languages. Because Finnish works so differently from most of the languages. Yeah. But then again, it goes the same the other way around. That's why Finns usually are said to be struggling with other languages. Because it works so differently. It's hard to learn a new way. But of course, for other ones, it's hard to be learning Finnish because it works differently. But yeah, the good thing is that thankfully if you don't need to learn Finnish, it's quite unnecessary honestly to even learn it. Oh yeah, that like TV show that is for whatever reason still going on. Yeah. It's like it's such a one of those TV shows that it should have ended so many times before. But no, it's still going on. I know, it's ridiculous. There's like some people that, you know, have brought back so many times, it's like ridiculous. Oh wait, this dude did have a heart attack. 2 episodes later, it's back. I don't watch it, I never have really been watching it, but I know a lot of... Well, I know a lot of it though. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those shows that, as I said, it should have ended so many times already, but of course they want to keep it going on. Why wouldn't they? Because it's successful. People are still gonna be watching it, so why not make it? But yeah, I never have really been though too big of a fan of watching TV shows in general. Or series, whatever my thing is. There is like so many like TV series that and like if they are only in Finnish, they are such drama heavy, and I'm like, I can't be bothered with it. Yeah. Understandable. And I will say though that I guess another reason why some TV series they are not that exciting to me anymore is because I got bored of them as a kid. That's not a problem for me that it would be requiring too much focus. It's just a problem that I just don't find too many TV series to be fun and enjoying to be watching them. And the other problem is that maybe there isn't too many too many episodes of that series, and that it's gonna be looping all the time the same things. And I guess another thing with me is that I hate when ad break hits. I absolutely like, no. I'm trying to watch this, not an ad break. I prefer most of the time, if I'm like really interested in something, to just wait until it's somewhere to be watched and I can watch it without ads. It's so annoying to be having them. And one thing with ads as well, One thing with that as well is that they have still not figured out how to make ad breaks to be good. Eh, I understand it. Most people have like Twitch on the background to be just listening to someone else to be speaking or like just barely watching, you know? It's understandable. I know the struggle sometimes, like when you want to watch something you just can't be finding anything to be watching. It is such an annoyance. Yeah, completely understandable. It's honestly kind of the same thing of having like Twitch on the background as it is. Having Twitch on the background is the same thing as having, you know, TV on the background, if you ask me, because it's just a noise. Yeah, that's understandable. Shiny hunting, it indeed can be taking sometimes quite a long time to be doing each. But then again, it's good every once in a while to be taking breaks as well. Because it's not the most enjoyable thing to be doing anything. Yeah. It does indeed. And then again, as I said, it's good to be doing everything or something else every once in a while. As I would say that if I would be doing this all the time, the same hunts, I would be getting bored. That's why I have many hunts going on, so I can switch them up. I know there's a lot of people that if they start a hunt, they want to be doing that hunt then. Completely understandable, but for me, I just want to be having different hunts. To make them more enjoyable for myself. Also, I don't know why this week is for me like this, but I just don't feel like days have passed this week, like at all. I guess again, like hitting one of those like moments that I just don't feel like time is passing even though it is. Yeah, they are. Oh, Stuffle. Yeah, they are. I like farming games every once in a while. The thing is, though, that sometimes they can get boring. After you have been playing them for like 5 hours. But yeah, I completely understand though. Yeah. Don't have time for every game anymore. Too many games. How dare they make good games? Do you want to be playing? But yeah. As I said, and like I don't think that I like RPG games too much myself. It's just like if the game is good, I don't think that the genre that is it in that really has for me anything to do. Do I like it or not? Because I just think that if the game is good, the game is good. Yeah. Switches, I will say that Switch is one of those good consoles because it is, like, in my mind, so well made that still, like, after years that the Switch has been out, there is so many new people that are gonna be buying it. Because the good thing is that you can play it on the go, you can play it on your TV, PC, whatever thing. It's, like, so nice. Like, surely I know that, like, some home consoles, they are gonna be powered, surely, because you want to be playing at home, but the good thing about Switch is that if you need to be, like, if you're more of the person that is on the go a lot, Switch is definitely a good console. Because there's a decent amount of good games that you wouldn't think that would be on Switch. Because, you know, Switch isn't the most powerful console ever. But then again, it's meant to also be handheld mode, so understandable. But then again, at the end of the day, is the console good for you? It really comes down to, is there anything cool that you would like to play on it? Yeah, it has. Yeah, Switch has a lot of good games. Most of the consoles do, though, in general, because there's so many like games that are in like bunch of different consoles because it's easy to put it to anywhere. But yeah. Because the thing is that what I like to think personally, if Switch can run it, pretty much anything can. Because Switch is powerful, but at the same time it's one of the less powerful consoles. Yeah, understandable. Yeah. And the Switch is like in a good place in that they have added like what is it, the like past consoles to the console itself. which is very good. Like, you can be playing Ocarina of Time if you want to on Switch. Surely, is there input delay? Yes. But is there with every single emulator? Yes. Sometimes less than others, but yeah, there is gonna be input delay. But yeah, I will still say though that for the way that Switch is made, I'm surprised how good it is. One thing that you need to be keeping in mind though with Switch specifically, that you really need to let it to be resting every once in a while. It gets quite hard. And you know that is... Like, if it's too hot for too long, of course it's making its life cycle to be shorter. Yeah. I mean, of course, Childhood Tears of the Kingdom is gonna be because Switch is the current console that Nintendo has. But yeah, Skyrim is like one of those games that it's like... It's surprising that Switch can run it so well. Is it the best? No, but, you know, good enough. Yeah, it's very nice. Indeed. Yeah. As I said, they could definitely be better. Like, will I personally be buying Skyrim for Switch? No, because I have it on PC and like, I don't need to be having it in another console. But yeah, if I would only be having it on Switch, then yeah. I will say though that unfortunately, since like Skyrim is probably one of those games that it's not gonna be the best experience if you're playing with handheld mode. Which is sometimes the case, unfortunately. But then again, it's not like it was originally meant to be like in such a small screen. I will still say though that I kind of would wish that more games would be having the option for the touchscreen. I have talked about it a lot. Because it's a cool feature, like... like, why not? Of course it would be handheld only mode thing, but it could be like only an option, not like a necessary feature per se. Yeah. I think honestly most people, they don't use Switch on handheld mode too much. I mean, there's of course the thing that if you have only Switch Lite, you don't have really options. You need to be playing it on handheld mode all the time. But yeah, it's completely understandable though. Yeah, it is very much a nice option. I mean, there is few games that you literally can't play certain games on if it is docked, because you need to use touchscreen. Yeah, I have heard that complaint. If you have too big hands, Joy-Cons are a pain. I don't know if it helps you out, but do you have one of those like kind of control things for the Joy-Cons that you can like put them like in more or less traditional controller. Has it helped a little bit even? Yeah. I don't know, I personally I'm not the biggest of fan of Pro controllers myself. But have I really used them? Not really. Yeah. But I will say one thing though, Joy-Cons are like quite good in general. The only problem is indeed the size thing. If you have too big of a hand, it is a pain, but in general they're like very cool. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. And honestly, with Joy-Cons, there's like a lot of things that you can do with them. Like, they can be sideways and everything like that. There's like so many different options that, like, how games can, like, use Joy-Cons. I like Joy-Cons. I like Joy-Cons myself because of the reason that you can, of course, like, separate them. And then you can like make your hands to be in 2 different rooms if you would like to, and you will still be able to use it, you know? That's like a nice thing about Joy-Cons. And in this case, for example, I only need to use one part of the Joy-Con, which is also nice. Yeah, that's very understandable. I use them usually if I'm playing Pokemon games, I use them separate, but if I play some other games, I might be having them in the controller thing for Joy-Cons. Because then I like to have my hands close together and be more, I guess, accurate in my mind. But yeah. But then again, each to their own. There is at least options, I will say. I will say sometimes that I don't think that I have relatively small hands per se. I would like to say that I have like, I guess, pretty average, like nothing too out of the ordinary. Sometimes like an Xbox controller, it sometimes feels too big and bulky. Because I'm mostly used to Joy-Cons. But yeah, I completely understand the argument that Joy-Cons are too small. But yeah, for me it's not that bad because I know like there is like some people that like actually feel like some controllers they're way too big because they have small hands. I would personally like if Joy-Cons would be a little bit bigger. Could I be using the whatever thing of an addition that you would be having the strip on it so you can lock it to your hands? Yes, but also I can't be bothered to be putting them to the place. I can't be bothered with it. Yeah. You don't need to use too many buttons, indeed. But one thing that is always gonna be a problem with any kind of whatever you use to play your games is that whatever you're playing your games at is that because you're a gamer, you're gonna be breaking them. I mean, everyone is, but gamers are gonna be breaking them like faster. I'm glad that I have been having this Switch for like over 2 years now. And I don't have really much of Joy-Con drift. I have few buttons that they are not always working, but apart from that I don't have any problems with mine. I don't know how. I mean, I will say that most of the time I'm always afraid of any kind of Joy-Cons. I'm always afraid that I will be able to break them. That's just my thing, though. Yeah. As I said, me 2 years. Of course, I haven't been playing all the time, but you know, still. I would like to say that at least like a year, like, would be like full use, more or less. Nice. I have the more common of the special editions. It's the Animal Crossing one. But it's still nice. But yeah, completely understandable, especially if you have OLED indeed. It is completely understandable. I just have a regular Switch, no OLED. I haven't really been... like, I know there was a lot of people that really wanted to buy OLED because it's, you know, a cool console. Kind of new, but I never really did see a reason to be buying because the current one is working completely fine. Why bother to be buying a new one? Because it's kind of a waste of money if you ask me. If it's not like actually like completely new. Yeah. I mean, I did have the, like, I do have a light, but the problem is that you can't dock a light, so, you know, can't really be streaming light. Yeah, that's completely understandable. Yeah, there is very few differences, indeed. There's honestly very few differences in general between the OLED and I guess, the classic one. But yeah, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it is like that. I mean, I guess the only difference with the OLED one is that you can have like a cable to be the internet thing, right? Like you don't have to use Wi-Fi for it. Isn't that like the biggest difference with it being docked? Then again, you can kind of go around it by just having an adapter. So it doesn't honestly do anything. But yeah. But yeah, it do be. I mean, would I be buying it if it would be in relatively cheap? Maybe, but I just don't feel like wasting money on things if they are working. And as I said, if it's not like something like actually new, like surely did I have a completely working Xbox One? Yeah, but did we get me an Xbox S just because it's like actually a new console? Yeah, because it was on sale. Other than that, probably not. I honestly think that I mean, it has, but not that big of a difference. OLED has like better performance in some games. It doesn't have it in all games. But in some games it has, but it's not, I would like to say, that big of a difference, even though I'm kind of a snob with these. But it does make a difference in some games. I guess I think I personally didn't like OLED for one reason, and because it did have white to be like the I guess the original color. I just didn't like it. Could be in general that I don't like white things because they get messy easily, or you can see the mess easily. But yeah, each to their own though. Each to their own. Yeah, even though these Joy-Cons that I have that are the Animal Crossing one, they have like a white the back thing. They are not like actually seeming that they are any messy at all, but still it just like feels like, no, I don't want it. I will always be saying that I personally will not want anything white if I have a... if I can choose. I mean, of course, like in certain situations, like let's say... what is it? Blanket, you know, the inside thing is white, whatever, I don't see it. But yeah, I mostly will... don't want pure white, I want off-white if white is the only option. But yeah, each their own though. But yeah, I guess the OLED was kind of ruined for me with that as well, because it was the thing that I have also been talking about a lot today, is that it was one of those situations that I think it was overhyped. Like everyone was like, it's a big deal and everything like that, but then it honestly was lame in comparison for that. But that's the thing, don't overhype things. As I said, it kind of was, the thing started with the GTA 6 trailer. People are gonna be overhyped when it actually comes out. And they're gonna be disappointed. But yeah. People are what they are though. What can you really do? But gotta love Sunset Chime on Sword and Shield. I like it, but at the same time I kind of dislike it for this hunt. Definitely not because of Minchino. And I'm afraid that I won't be able to notice it. Thankfully Sparkle sounds exist. Oh boy. Nice. It is very noticeable, I know, but at the same time I'm a little bit afraid because it's okay shiny. I'm not the biggest of fan of it though. But you know, you're always afraid of though the shinies that you haven't gotten. If it's not like the most obvious one. Have I actually missed it? But yeah, I will say that the time of day thing is not as bad in this game as it is in games going forward after this. At least so far. I hope that they will be fixing it in the next game, that it's not that bad of the time of day thing. I wonder how noticeable Minchino actually would be if this kind of sunset colors would be, and it would be in Scarlet and Violet. You always gotta wonder. Even though, like, I don't mind that, you know, shinies look kind of worse in Scarlet and Violet, but it is a shame though. I don't get bothered by it as much as like some people, like they actually like they're so bothered by it, but then again I will say that bad shinies, they have looked bad before. I will say that some bad shinies even in sprite form they have been looking bad. One thing that would be kind of cool as well, I guess, during this hunt would be to find a shiny in each of the grass patches in here. Because the two shinies that I have been finding during this hunt, they have been on two different patches. One from this and the other one from near the daycare. Would be quite cool indeed. Right, to get a shiny in each grass patch is Scarlet and Violet Sword and Shield. Oh god. Imagine doing that in the wild areas. Jeez. Oh. Because in routes it's not that bad. There is some like grass patches that definitely are annoying though, but doing it in a wild area though. Jeez. Getting a shiny needs grass patch on Scarlet and Violet though. No. There's so many grass patches. Even though they don't like necessarily like spawn in the Pokemons, but it's grass patches still. Which I find quite useless, honestly. Those grass patches in Scarlet and Violet. Surely it's nice that they have like variety, but why? They don't really serve a purpose. If there would be random encounters, then yeah. Or if some Pokemons would actually be hiding in them, even. Surely would it be making it for some people to be annoying to be shiny hunting? Nice. I'm on Route 4. But actually on Route 5. I got the thing! Lovely. Like, it would be kind of cool, honestly, even though I will say that some people would be upset if some Pokemon would be hiding in the grass patches in Scarlet and Violet. Because I think it would be quite cool. Because it would make sense, because there is like some small Pokemons that definitely would be like making sense to be hiding in the grass. Yeah, let's defeat it. With the ghost type move, it's a normal type. But yeah, I understand that they didn't do it, but it would have been cool. Because I think it would have been though quite frustrating to be running in the grass patch and running into Pokemons all the time because you can't see them. Because it's all anyways already annoying that you're seemingly randomly running into some Pokemons. It's so bad. I wonder one thing. Speaking of that, I did get the route thing. And it displayed that I was in the wrong route. I wonder if Pokemon would be running into me then and I would be catching. Would it be actually displaying the correct route? Or would it be displaying an incorrect route? Like, would it be so, like, fixed in that since this Pokemon can only be found in this route, it would be displaying it anyways? Or is that only, like, clearly a visible thing? Is this a clearly a visible thing, or is the game actually thinking that you're there? I mean, it technically is thinking that you're there. Because I think that why that happens in the first place is because in games there is always a place called 00. Even though it's not too obvious in most games nowadays anymore, but yeah, it's just like pulling the like things from there. The 0, whatever it might be for the area. But for this place, it's Route 4 is the 0 location. It's one of those interesting things that I don't think that we still fully understand, like, why exactly does it happen. There's like few spots that it does happen more frequently than others. For sure, but I don't think that we like actually know why. Why it do be happening. One of the mysteries of all time. Why does the game display that you're in the wrong route? Seems like today is gonna be like nice 5 hours. Really nice. If I would be going for extra 200 more, it probably would be over 6 hours, and I'm not really feeling like going that long today. 800 is good enough. Completely happy with that amount. And also the other thing is that I'm soon running out of moves. That is another thing as well. I'm soon running out of the moves indeed. But I still will say that I find it very interesting that the first 200 will be taking like 1.5 hours, and then it starts to take like less and less time. Even though it doesn't make sense, like it would be always be going to be faster and faster. Because it's not like I'm doing the encounters any faster, I'm just getting like always luckier the further I go, it seems. Because this is not like one of those things that you have been doing it for a certain amount of time and you just start to do it faster. It's just like I literally can't be doing it too much faster. I'm relying on finding the 3 Pokemons that I'm looking for, that are Minccino, Stuffle, and Farfetch'd. And if they decide to spawn in a lot, then I can encounter them faster. I can KO 3 more. I don't think that I will be healing up today though. As much as it's gonna be paining me. Not to be able to KO these dudes and getting the extra chance. Which unfortunately means that I could have been encountering more Farfetch'd that I can. But honestly, I just rather start the next time that I will be doing this, whenever it shall be, from like clean table in that regards. Have everyone at full. Because these two, like, yeah, these two ones that I have been doing today and on Monday, I have been getting ridiculously lucky with the Farfetched. Usually it's like 3 streams that I need to go, and then I will be running out of moves. But only 2? Only 2, what do you mean? I mean, I don't mind that I get lucky, but what do you mean? What, Buffett? What are you? Good day today, indeed. There we go. But yeah, indeed, tomorrow I might be doing some DAs. I haven't completely decided. As I said, I would like to get more progress on those. More or less because I know that, like, in the pretty much from next week until the end of the year, I'm not completely sure when I can do DAs, so I probably just be doing a bunch of them, because DAs are a good thing, because when I'm not too sure about my schedule, I can like do a few of them. Again, like, it's easier for me to stop doing DAs than to stop doing random encounters. Because with random encounters, I would like to be getting into nice numbers. Like nice even numbers. Usually hundreds. And also, you know, why not? Why not to do DAs? As I said, I probably should be trying to get the first DA hunt done. Would be nice. It should be such fun indeed. But I will still say that I probably will be taking breaks from that every once in a while though. I was thinking that both tomorrow and on Sunday I would be doing each, because on Saturday I indeed be busy. Then Probably Monday and Tuesday I would be doing something else, and then maybe on Wednesday if I will be streaming then. I'm not completely sure. Because going from Thursday, of course, as long as it needs to be taking, I will be playing the DLC. So yeah, I'm not completely sure. I'm not completely sure how long that will be taking, you know. As I said, I kind of am hoping that it takes 2 again. But it might be getting a 3rd one. That's another reason why I want to be doing the Ace a little bit more now. Because 2 weeks from now I will be helping people move. So then I know, because I was thinking that from the the day after, if I'm of course feeling like that, the day after I help them move, I was thinking that I would be doing the Delibird hunt for 2 days. And then of course I will be having the Christmas break. Which usually is that I'm back at like 27th. Because 24th is the big celebration day in here. Then 25th, I hope that I can see my father that day. And on 26th, we are probably gonna be having lunch. Or like something else. You never know how things go though. Need to ask my father how his Christmas is anyways. Because the last time that I did ask, he didn't really know. But yeah. I usually will be streaming for a few days. Like in the like between the my Christmas break and New Year's. It's the last Farfetch that I can KO. Let's go. Ran out of moves. And I'm gonna double check, did I? But I'm pretty sure I did. But yeah, that means that we have seen around like 110 Farfetch today. Because you have 45, you have 25, you have 40. Those are I did use all those today. And a little bit with you. And you are also out of all moves that can damage. I don't think it has happened too often that I actually ran out of moves. I have a few times been like close to running out of moves, but like not like actually completely running out. But yeah, honestly, it could have been too much better over timing. Of course, it would have been nicer to be having them to be still there, the moves, but it's only what, like 20 encounters anymore. Hello, Farfetch'd. How do you feel now? I will just run away from you. As I said, I'm not gonna be taking the risk with struggle. No. I can't be taking the risk with struggle. Too much of a risk. Also with you it will be very annoying anyways, because you have the funny thing called curse. It's not the funnest to be getting rid of. The good thing of having you in front, I don't need to care whichever Pokemon I encounter. Can even encounter you, Baba Fed. But yeah. Well, we shall see though what I do with my streams. Shall see indeed. I'll be streaming if I feel like it, of course. If I don't feel like it, then a surprise, surprise, I will not be on. Surprise, surprise. First, still the best best place to be knowing will I be streaming that day or not is to Discord. I'll be announcing the stream like 10 minutes before. 10 minutes before I start that day. And it usually will be saying what I'll be doing that day anyways. Or at least what I start up with. Yeah, sometimes I might be switching games. Not that often, but every once in a while, you know. Every once in a while it might be changing. Anyways, soon we're gonna be looking for the Farfetch'd. Only like 10 more encounters to go. Soon indeed, because Farfetch'd, I would like to end on one if I have the option. And I do, because I will be running around until I find it. We'll be doing that indeed. Yesterday, not yesterday, on Monday we did get quite lucky, we did find it. Like, without me needing to even move, which was quite nice. It did mean that I did encounter, like, Pokemon that I normally wouldn't be encountering, but nice nonetheless. Nice nonetheless indeed. Is always gonna be the problem of will we be lucky enough to be finding it on the last encounters, of course. It's always that to be keep in mind. will happen at one point when you're least expect it to be happening. It'll indeed. Oh, hello, Farfetch'd. A little too soon. If I'm not gonna be too lucky to be getting the 5% to be in here for the next like 5 encounters, it would be quite lucky. But it is sometimes the luck that I get, though. Speaking of like Limbo giving me so many 5% in a row. Like, I've gotten so many times the 5% 3 times in a row, it's insane. It is quite insane indeed. What can you do though? What can you do indeed? Be funny like that. Sometimes you find the thing that you're looking for, sometimes it feels like the thing that you're looking for finds you. Sometimes quite literally. You know, Pokemon can walk up to you. It's still a quite nice feature, though I still will be preferring the Pokemon said I come up to you but don't attack you. If they attack you, they're very, very mean. Very, very mean indeed. Now only stopping for if the Pokemon has the boosting or it is a Farfetch'd. I honestly will say that Wobbuffet, I don't have a shiny of you during this hunt, and I don't think that I have you apart from Pogo. I don't remember, at least. Not a Wobbuffet. I'll straight away add up the other one as well. Let's say the last encounter of the day is a Farfetch'd. Who unfortunately looks quite normal. But yeah, it's gonna be it for today indeed. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I said, tomorrow it is a possibility that we will be going for Dynamax Adventures. I haven't completely decided, but a possibility. We shall see. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around though. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll be going ahead and seeing you indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!